Very good morning, everyone, and welcome back. Okay, so let's get started with the very last session of this training program. Okay, so please let me know if you are able to see my screen and able to hear me as well, so we can get started with the today's session. All right, very nice. Okay, that is very nice. Okay, anyone having any question before we go and get started with the today's agenda, with the today's topic? Anyone having any questions or anything on your mind? Okay. Okay, very nice. Thank you, Shri. Okay, that is good. Yep, certification page is visible. That is great. That is very nice. Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and share that what we are planning to cover today. Okay, and then we'll get started with that. So the topics which we have here for you today. Okay, so these are topics which we have here for you today. Okay, we are going to be going and trying to start with the Route 53. Okay, we're going to go and work with that, what exactly Route 53 and why we need it. We'll be able to go and create our customized domain name and going to be going and we are going to be going and trying to discuss that. Okay, how we are going to be going and able to incorporate the Route 53 our own domain name with the different AWS services. How I will be able to go and consume and connect that with the different services. Okay, then we look at one of the service called Cloudfront, and Cloudfront is actually a CDN service which is known as a content delivery network. Okay, CDN service. We'll talk about one more service here called CloudFormation, and CloudFormation is actually a infrastructure as a code service. Okay, which means it is going to be going and trying to help me create the AWS environment with the help of the code. Okay, I'll be able to go and make use of the code and then able to create the AWS resources with the help of it. And then finally, we'll have a topic called System Manager. We will look at that, what exactly this System Manager is and how it is going to help me manage the environment for me. And then we will discuss what exactly we mean by disaster recovery, how disaster recovery help us. Okay, and and at the end of the today's session, we will talk about the certification exam, that how the certification exam look like, what type of question you can expect over there, what all the additional information you need to prepare for the exam. Okay, what are the additional resources you need to appear for the exam. So that is something we are going to be going and talking about here. So is this agenda okay with everyone? Okay, so and we are going to be going and have a kind of an open house toward the end of the today's training program. Are we good with this? Any question, any doubts, any suggestions, any thoughts? All good? Okay. All right. So let me get the response from everyone. Is everyone okay? I do have a response from Surbi and Shri. I'm waiting for a response from everyone. Okay. Perfect. Very nice. Okay. Very nice. Awesome. So let's get started with the Route 53. Okay. Route 53 is a very first topic for us, and we are going to go and get started with it. So if I take you to the Route 53 product page, okay, if I say I want to take you to the Route 53, so it's gonna say the Route 53 is actually a a DNS service. Okay, it says it's a cloud-based DNS service. What do you understand by a DNS service? I'm sure you might have heard about the DNS, right? So what do you understand by a DNS service, and what is the use of the DNS service? Why I need to use it? Anyone knows that? All right, you are right, Shubham. Okay, it's gonna help us convert the domain name to IP. Okay. All right. Yep, that is correct, Free. All right. Yep, that is right. Okay, that is right. So it's actually a domain name system, which means it is gonna give you a domain name for the website you are gonna be trying to connect to. It's gonna be helping you resolve it. So whenever you go and you want to say I'm gonna browse to one of the website. So let's say you are creating a website and say my website name is mywebsite.com. Now, when someone is going to be trying to connect to mywebsite.com, so from where they will be able to go and consume these services. Okay, internet works with the IP addresses. Okay, internet works with the IP addresses, and whenever you say I want to go to visit this site in your browser, so your browser doesn't know that where to connect until unless it knows the IP address of the site, if it knows the IP address of the service. Okay, so who is going to tell us what the IP address is? This is what the job of the DNS is. So the query is going to be sent to DNS, and DNS is going to be giving us an service name. It's going to be giving us an IP name. So it's going to tell us, okay, you can go to IP address this, you can go and consume this service. Okay, it's gonna tell us this is the IP address where you can go and consume this service. And that is something we are going to be going and trying to do here in this Route 53. So Route 53 is a fully managed service from Amazon, which means uh, Amazon will help me go and manage my website name. It will actually help me go and you know, take care of the different services within the Amazon. We were able to create a serverless website within the S3. Okay, so how about if you want to send this request to the S3? An S3 website gives a very, a long, lengthy name. So you want to use your own name. You see anyone comes to mywebsite.com, all the traffic need to be sent to the S3 serverless website, or all the traffic need to be sent to EC2, or all the traffic need to be sent to the load balancer. Okay, all this stuff need to be sent to all these different services. That is what we are trying to do here. Okay, that is something we are going to be going to do here. We are trying to do here. All right, so let's see how we are going to be able to do this. To do this job, do this lab, we actually need to have our own domain name. Okay, the first task is to get the domain name, because without domain name we will not be able to go and work. Okay, domain name is kind of a mandatory. Name is going to be kind of a starting point for us. Okay, so let's go and try to get that. Okay, so I want you to go and check it out on one site here called Freenom. So this is a site where you can actually go and block a domain name for free. Okay, you will be able to go and block a domain name for free. I want you to go and check it out if you're able to go and browse through this site and able to reserve one domain name for free. So as soon as you say I want to check the availability, you can say I want to try it out. That say AWS demo. Uh, Today is 22nd of March. Let's see if we are able to get this domain name. If I go and click on OK, it says yes, I can go and make use of any of these. I can go and make use of AWS demo 223.tk, .ml, .cf, .others, right? It won't give you .com, .net and others, but it'll give you some different domain names, which is fine. We can go and make use of any of those. Just go and try creating your account on this portal and try to get the domain name if it gives you. Okay, try to get that. Okay. All right. Let me know if it is working for you. Okay, if you're able to connect and if it's working for you, let me know. All right. Okay. Yes, it's working. Just go try reserving any of the domain name for you. Try blocking any of that. Okay. Get any of one, reserve one and see if it is saying. You just need to go and say get it now. Okay. You need to go and say get it now. It says one is selected and we can go for checkout. And whenever you're going to be going and trying to check out, it's going to be asking you to, how you want to purchase it. It says it's going to be giving you 3 months for free. Okay, you will be able to go and make use of it for 3 months for free. Okay, when it's working for 3 months for free, I'm gonna go and click on say continue, and then it says you need to sign in, you need to create your own account to complete the order. I say I have already want to sign in with my social sign in with my Google account. Okay, I can go and make use of this. And it's gonna say you need to verify your email ID, say you are the right person accessing this service. So I will go ahead and I will go and confirm it. Okay, I'm checking my inbox and I do have one email sitting with a link to verify my email. I'm gonna go and confirm that. It is gonna ask you, to fill your details as well. You just need to fill the, your first name, last name, and in place of address, just give the city name you are from. Okay, just give the city and the country. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Are you able to get the domain name for you? Are you able to complete that successfully? Okay, so that is good, Sri. What is the domain name you got? What is the domain name you are able to block? Okay, very nice. That is very, very good. Anyone else able to get that? Is it working for you? Anyone else? All right, just let me know, yes or no, or in progress, or wherever you are. Just let me know how it is. Okay. You can just fill up, all the major details. You don't have to give the phone number. You don't have to give all the details in the address. So just a high level address for you. All right, guys, just let me know how it is. Okay, it is done for Humira. It is done for Shraddha. Okay, it's complete for Rahul as well. That is very, very nice. Okay, very, very nice. Let's go and track this out that if you're able to create that and what is the domain name which you are able to go and block. Okay, let's go and check that out here. So I'm gonna go and bring in the tracking sheet here for you and just let me know what the domain name you have blocked. Okay, so let me get this sheet and we'll go and track it out there. All right. So here is the tracking sheet for us, and I'm gonna go over to the sysab lab we have, and let me go and just hide all these labs which we have done. Okay, let's hide them. And I'm gonna say if you have the domain name. Okay, just go and fill in the domain name you have logged. Whatever the name you have purchased, blocked, just fill that in. Let me share the link of the sheet for you for your easy reference. Okay. All right. Okay. So Sanal, uh, do you want to share your screen? Let me see where you are, and we can guide you how to move to the next step. Okay. Let me send the rights to you to share it. Okay, I see your screen, and it's not working for you, Sanal. Okay, it says some of your domains could not be registered because of technical, right? And these domains have been cancelled, so it's not gonna work for you. Okay, so for some specific IPs, it does not work. Okay, so that's fine. It's okay. We'll actually request someone else to create this for you. Okay, I think for Shri it is working. So Shri, would you be able to create one domain for Sanal as well? Can you block one domain for him as well? Okay, you can use the same name and try blocking one for him. So who else is pending here? I do see Surbi, you are also done. Okay. All right. So I think let's proceed here. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be going and trying to log into the AWS console now. Okay. So once we have this domain name blocked, the next step is we need to actually go and log into the AWS console. So let me try to log in. Let me try to connect. All right, so here I am in Northern Virginia. Okay, and what we are going to be doing here is we are actually going to be going to locate a service in the networking called Route 53. So let's go and select the service that we want to work with Route 53 here. So as soon as you open the dashboard here for the Route 53, okay, as soon as it's going to be opening for you, it is actually going to be going and showing you that the Route 53 does a lot of different tasks. Okay, we can actually go and do lot many different things with the help of the Route 53. What we can do, we can actually go and purchase a domain as well. But you will find these domain names are going to be some expensive. Okay, we can go and purchase that for maybe $10, $11, $12. So it is actually gonna be acting as a domain registrar. If I go and click on register domain, let's try searching out just for the sake of it. Okay, we'll not purchase that one, but we'll go and check it out that if it is available or not. I'm gonna say I want to search it out, AWS demo, some number here, and see if it is available there or not. And there we go. So I'm able to go and purchase this, but it's going to be available to me for $12. Okay, the price is actually a little high. Okay, for being in India, we do get this for free from some other sites, right? That is why we are trying to purchase this domain name from Freenom, because Freenom actually gave us this for trial purpose for up to 3 months. Okay, that is what we are going to be trying to consume. All right. So which means we can actually go and block a domain name here from the Amazon. I'm simply gonna cancel this one because I don't want to use this feature. I will take you back here to the dashboard. It is also gonna be able to perform the availability monitoring. Okay, which means I will be able to go and track it out if the service is up and running or not before actually forwarding the request to it. Okay, so we have seen that how we can actually do a health check in the load balancer, which means we'll be able to go and perform the health check here as well. Okay, it's going to be possible to do a health check as well. We can do a traffic management also, and the traffic management is very interesting. So in the load balancer, we will be able to use only one policy called round robin. But here in the traffic management, we will be able to make use of different policies as well. We have a geo routing, we have a active standby, we have a latency. Okay, so we'll be able to go and make use of all different type of policies here. So this is what is going to be coming under the traffic management. And we will be able to go and make use of the DNS management for sure. Okay, so DNS management is where we are going to be going and trying to create those records for us. Okay, where we'll be going to create the uh, if someone is trying to get to my website, where I need to forward them, which server they are going to be going and consuming. I need to go and create all the mappings here. Okay, so we are going to start with the very first option here called create hosted zone. Now, hosted zone means this is the place where I'm going to manage my website traffic. This is where I'm going to decide that if the traffic is going to be coming, where we need to send that. Okay, we are going to be going and trying to manage with the help of it. Okay, so let's try creating a hosted zone. Now, creating a hosted zone is not free. Okay, it is actually going to be going and costing you 50 cent. Means it's going to be costing you half a dollar. Okay, so 50 cent is the cost associated for creating this hosted zone. So be mindful about that. Okay, be cautious about that. It's not going to be free. It's actually going to be going and costing you some money. Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm going to go and click on say create hosted zone, and Amazon is going to charge me 50 cent for the entire month. Okay, it's a monthly charge. So here I actually need to give the same domain name which I plan to use. Okay, so before you go and try to use this one, be double sure that you do have this domain name registered and created for you. Okay, I actually want to show you with in on any of the one of your screens. Okay, do let me know who actually want to share their screen so that I can actually go and um, share the Freenom screen with you. Okay, because Freenom doesn't allow me to create the domain here. Okay, I want someone who is having an access to it, and I can share your Freenom screen. Okay, looks like Shri is volunteering. That's good. Thank you, Shri. Let me go and provide you the privilege. Okay. All right. So Shri is sharing his screen. Uh, Let me just see. Let me just see if I'm able to request for the control here. Okay. All right. So Shri, do you have an option where it says give keyboard and mouse? Do you see this option available in the control panel of the GoToWebinar? Says give control of keyboard and mouse to attendee. It's gonna be there in the sharing option.
Sir, I think I have given that.
Oh, you given that? Okay. So let me try checking if I'm able to use it. So what I'm going to be trying to do is, okay, I think I have it. So I'm going to be going and clicking here on the manage domain. Okay. So I do have this sanel-aws.tk. I'm going to go and say I want to manage the domain. As soon as I click on the manage the domain, it's going to be showing me some of the details of it. Okay. And then I'm going to be going and clicking on the management tools. And at the management tool, I'll be able to see it is going to be showing some of the name servers to me. If I click on the name servers, this is where it is going to be showing me that we do have a default name servers currently being used. And we want to go and replace these name servers with the custom name servers. Okay, we want to go and replace these name servers with these custom name servers. So I want everyone to go and check this out that if do you have this option? Are you able to see this option? Is this visible to you? So if this option is available to you, then only I recommend you go and create a hosted zone for you. All right, very, very nice. Looks like most of you are having this one. That is very, very nice. So let's go and try making use of it. Okay, so now as a step number one, what I need to do is uh, I'll let me go back here. I'll check it out that what all domains which are registered to me. I'll go and see my domains. It shows that these are two domains which I have blocked and reserved for me. Okay. Now I'm actually going to be going back to the Route 53 Management Console, and I'm going to go and say I want to create a hosted zone here. Okay, go and please select that we want to create a hosted zone here. So when you click on say I want to create a hosted zone, it's gonna say that what the domain name you want to add. And this domain name need to be the same which you have blocked for your usage. So for example, the one which is blocked by Shri, I'm gonna go and use this same one here. Okay, if I go and check it out the free nom here, so Shri has blocked the domain name called shriaws.tk, and I'm gonna be trying to make use of this same. Okay, I'll just go and fill in here that my domain name is gonna be shriaws.tk. Is this good? Are you able to fill this? All right, very, very nice. So next I can give a description. I can say it is a demo, okay? Demo from Freenom, or anything you like, okay? Anything appropriate you think. And then we will leave this as a public hosted zone, means it is going to be available in the public domain. People can able to use this one. And that's it. We don't have to give any other information. We just need to go and hit the button, say create this hosted zone. Okay, we simply need to go and click here, the create the hosted zone. As soon as you click here to the hosted zone, it's gonna come back and say, okay, the hosted zone is created successfully. And it is actually gonna be going and showing you two entries which are created here. Okay, there are gonna be two entries which are shown here. One is the name server, and it is gonna be going and showing you four name servers here. Okay, we have four entries given here. And second entry is gonna be start of authority, which means your control is now with AWS. Okay, your control is now with AWS. All right, is this good? Are you able to see these two entries? All right, very, very nice. Okay, that is very, very good. Now, we actually need to update these entries at Freenom. Okay, this is something we need to update at Freenom. I will simply copy these entries and I'm gonna go and put that in a notepad. I'll go and say I want to make use of notepad. I'm simply gonna go and add this here in the notepad. And now I will take you back to the Freenom screen and we will update these name servers on Freenom. I'm gonna say Freenom is not responsible for managing the domain I have blocked. I want Amazon to be responsible for managing this domain. Okay, I'm trying to shift the control to Amazon. So let's go back here to the Freenom where we have this domain name registered, and we are going to go and choose, say I want to manage the domain. Okay, click on this manage domain. Once on this screen, we need to go to management tools. All right, we need to go to the management tools and we need to go and choose the name servers over there, and that is where we are going to be updating the Amazon's name server here. Okay, that is where we're going to be updating the Amazon's name server here. Okay, is this good? Are you able to locate this option for you? All right, you see, we have an option called use the default name servers from Freenom. Okay, and I don't want to keep the control with the Freenom. I want to use the name servers from the Amazon. So we are going to go and say, I want to go and use the custom name servers. And I'm going to go and enter the four name servers which we have chosen. I'm going to go and try to enter them one by one. And while doing a copy paste, I don't have to go and use the period toward the last. So this period need to be removed. Okay, you don't have to copy this one toward the last. Let me copy them one by one and say copy, and let's use it here. I'm gonna go and copy and paste it here. Let me do the third one. And let me do the fourth one as well. And we need to remove the period from the end. We need to remove the dot from the end here. Okay. I'm gonna say I do not want to keep this dot here. Otherwise, it's gonna give an error to you. So there are 5 entries, but these 4 entries are good. We are only gonna go and make use of these 4. And then I'm gonna go and click on say change the name servers. And it is done. Okay, it is done. All right. Okay. All right. This looks good. So uh, we have created actually two domains here. Okay. If I go and check it out, that we have created a one domain for Sanal as well. So Sanal, do you want to share the domain names for you? I can go and update these here for you as well. Can you ping me the name servers which is given to you from Amazon? I'll go and update these for you. In that way, I'll be showing that one more time. Okay. All right. I have these with me, and let me copy and let me paste it here. That these are the 4 for Sunil. Okay. Okay. Let me see if it allow me to copy and paste. And let me see if I'm able to paste it here as well. Okay. So for some reason, it does not allow me to do a paste operation. Let me see if I'm able to paste it here. No, it does not allow me to send it here.
You could send it
Okay.
in the chat box. I'll paste it in the notepad.
Okay, yeah, that is good. Yeah, please, yeah, paste that in the sheet. That's good. Please paste that in the sheet. Okay, thank you. So we have this here in the sheet. And let me go and use that here in the notepad. And I'm going to be trying to update that for Sunil as well. Let me go and click on Sunil's ID and going to say manage domain. And I'm going to quickly go over to the management tools, name servers, and gonna say would like to go and make use of the custom ones, and gonna go and update these real quick. So this is going to be the first one. If you're gonna be going and trying to add a couple of them, that's also fine. Okay, but the more you add, the more redundant it's gonna be, because if one is not available, it's gonna go and use the other ones. All right, this is done, and we are all set. We need not to do anything else here on the free norm. The job at the free norm is done. Okay, the job at the free norm is done. And I'm gonna go and pass on the rights back to Sri, okay, so that he can continue using here. Let this save. Okay, this information is saved. Very, very nice. Okay, and it says the changes are saved successfully. I can go and verify it once again if it is saved or not. I can go and check, and yep, there we go. It is actually using the domain name which we are providing. That's very, very nice. Okay, so I think that's all free. I want to share. I'll go ahead and share my screen back. Okay. All right. Thank you, Shri. So I'm gonna be going and sharing my screen here. Okay. So here I am, and I do have one of the domain which I have purchased from the Google domains. So you can actually go and purchase that from anywhere in the world, right? Any of the domain provider you can purchase that. The the tariff or the rate is gonna be different. Okay, that is going to be the only difference. So let me share with you that which domain I have purchased. So I have actually purchased that from the Google domains, and the domain name which I have provide reserve is called cloudawsdemo.com. And I also have a DNS to update here. I can also go and update the DNS here. So I will copy this one, and then I will go and try to create that a hosted zone here as you did. And I'm going to say it is going to be public one. I say create the hosted zone, and you will find it is going to be creating the hosted zone real quick. I do have the name servers given to me, and I'm going to go and update that on Google. You updated those on the Freenom. I'm going to go and make those changes here on the Google, right? So let me do that. I'm going to go here to the DNS. I'm going to say I would like to go and change the name servers. I say I want to edit these and I want to give the new one here. Okay. And I'm going to go and try to copy paste, which I have copied here. The first one is going to be from the .NET. Okay, gonna add a second one, third one, fourth one. So gonna add all four here. Okay, this is the second one. Third and fourth. That is very, very nice. We are gonna go and save this. And it says these are saved and I'm good here. Okay, now we can actually all go and work here on the Route 53 page. Okay, we can all go and work here on the Amazon. I hope this is done for all of you. Okay, is done for all of you. Now let's go and try to make some association here. So what we are going to do, we are actually going to go and try to create a, we are going to be going and trying to create a one server here. Okay, for that I'm going to go and take you to the AWS console. Okay, we'll go to the AWS console and we'll go to the EC2 here. And as we are here onto the EC2, I'm going to go and try to launch one of the Linux box. We say we want to create a new server, and I'm going to choose that I want to create that server from Amazon Linux. Okay, I'm going to go and create that from Amazon Linux. T2 micro is fine with me. We'll go and use this T2 micro 1 model. And here on the screen, I will go ahead and use the default VPC which we have. Default network is fine. But I'm going to go and add some commands in the user data so that I do not have to go and log in and then create the then build the web server. I can go and make use of the script gonna help me to create that. Okay, I'm gonna go and try to use it. Okay, I think we do have the script available here in the resources sheet, and I'm gonna go and make use of it. Okay, so I'm gonna go and say I want to use this data. I'll copy this one and I will paste it here. Okay, all right. I can paste it here in the chat as well. So this is going to automatically install Apache. It's also going to be creating a web page for me, and I'll be starting the services as well. Which means once I'm going to be going and using this, it is automatically going to be making this server as a web server. I'm all good to go and consume it. Okay, I'm all good to go and consume it. All right, I'm gonna go and take it to the next step. Okay, so next we have is the storage. Okay, next we have is a storage. Default storage is fine. I'm gonna go and add a tag here. I'm gonna give a tag here called it is name, and it's a Linux web server. Okay, I'm gonna go and make use of this. All right, it looks good. I'm gonna go and make use of the security group next. I'm gonna go and create a new one. I'm gonna go and call this one as, okay, I'm gonna go and call this one as my firewall or my web firewall. I'll make use of 22. I'll make use of HTTP. I'll make use of RDS as well. Not the RDS, but for the Windows. So where is that HTTP, SSH, and remote desktop connect or areas RDB. And I'm gonna open that up for everyone 000. Okay, Rahul, were you able to update your name servers on Freenom? Were you able to do so? Okay, so after that, we are trying to create a Linux machine here. Okay, so while creating the Linux machine, what we are doing, we have chosen AMI, which is Amazon Linux 2, and then we have chosen a T2 micro here. Okay, free tier, and then we have chosen a default network where we want to create it, and we have also added a user data which is available in the resources sheet. Okay, I'll send that script to you. Then we are using the default storage, and on the tag page we are going to be calling this as a web server, and on the security page we are going to be creating 2280 and 3389. Okay, all the standard stuff. We are creating this Linux machine. So that is what you missed in the last 5 minutes. Okay, nothing else. We'll go and click on say review and launch, and let's launch it. I'm gonna go and say it is gonna be my key. Let me check if I have the new NACIT key with me, which I'll be able to go and use it. Else we'll go and create a new one. All right. Okay, I do have the new NACIT key. I'll go and make use of it. If you don't have, or if you're not able to locate, go and create a new key. That's fine. Server is booting up, server is getting ready, and very soon the server is gonna be accessible, and we can go and confirm it by clicking on the by clicking on the IP address and if it works or not. Okay, we'll be able to go and check that out. So Rahul, it is also available here under the resources sheet. Okay, you can actually make use of it. So it's a good idea to go and use it from here so that you're not missing anything out here. Okay, looks like someone actually copied and pasted in the wrong way. Let me try putting that back. Okay, this is the correct one. Let me lock this. So, just locking this so that, you don't accidentally delete anything in here. Okay. So Rahul, just try copy pasting from here so you don't have any extra space or you won't miss out anything here. All right. So let me go and verify if my server is working fine or not. I'll pick the public IP and I'll add that in the browser. And there we go. It's working for me. How about you? Is it working for you? Is the Linux web good for you? All right. All right. So looks like most of you are done creating this one. Now, what we are going to be trying to do next is we are actually going to be trying to do this kind of an association. Okay. We do have our own domain name. Okay. So I have my domain name.com and I want to go and associate that with this Linux EC2 server. If anyone is going to go and browse through this website, they should be able to go and hit this server. Okay, that is what I'm going to be trying to do next. And what we are going to be doing is whatever the domain name you have purchased, we are actually going to be going and trying to create a subdomain in front of it. We will call this the website as a linux dot mydomainname.com. Okay, this is what the my website becomes then. We will try to add a Linux in front of it. Okay, that is what we're going to be trying to achieve. So let's do that. I'm going to take you back here to the Route 53. And I want to go and click on say create record here. Okay, let's go and say I want to create a new record. Okay, we want to go and create a new record here. All right. So as soon as you click on say I want to create a record, it's gonna say what is the subdomain you want to create. So it is automatically gonna be going and picking up my domain name, which is cloud.aws.demo.com, and it is saying what is the subdomain you want to create here. And we decided that we will use Linux, right? I'll say linux.cloud.aws.demo.com. And now, where do you want to send that traffic? We actually want to send all that traffic here. Okay, we want to send all that traffic here. And this is where I'm going to add the IP address of my Linux box. The IP address of my Linux server is 107.23.196.90. Okay, actually it is open right here, so I'm going to be just copying it. It's easy for me to copy it from here. Okay, where I tested it. So I just use the same IP here, which means I'm actually telling my root 53 that if anyone is going to ask you that what is linux.cloud.aws.demo.com, please send all traffic to this particular IP. Okay, I want to send all that traffic here. Is that okay? Is that fine? All right, that is very good. Okay, that is very good. So I'm gonna go and say I want to create this record. Okay, so I just added information here. Say record name is gonna be Linux here, Linux dot my website name, and the value is gonna be the IP for my Linux machine. Okay, it's a public IP. Okay, let's try using this one. I'm gonna go and hit say create this record. Okay, I'm gonna go and hit say create this record. And it's gonna be very quick creating this record. It says a record created successfully. Okay. And I do see that we do have this record created here. Okay. I do see that it's record created here. That if anyone is gonna be coming to this particular domain name, it is automatically gonna be sent to this IP. And now I'm gonna be trying to use this domain name here in the browser. That what happens if I'm going to be giving this website name here in the browser? Is it going to take me? Is it going to take me to this page or not? And it is working for me. It is actually taking me to this. Is it working for you? Are you able to use the website? Is it taking to your Linux box? Very nice. Very nice. Great. Awesome. Really awesome. So does this make sense? Is the Linux domain working for you? Does it make sense that how we are actually creating it and making an association, how we are sending traffic to one of the Linux server which we are creating in the cloud? how Route 53 is helping us create this mapping. All right. Okay, very, very nice. The next we are going to be trying to create a similar kind of a mapping for S3. Okay. We'll go and try to create a similar kind of mapping for the S3 as well. All right. But we are going to go and take a quick break here. You think you need a break here? A quick 10 minutes break? And then we will go and use the mapping for the S3 serverless website. Okay. Okay. So I do see that, I do see that you have some questions here. So don't worry, those are gonna be answered in a while. Okay, let's go and try doing this stuff, and we are gonna be going and answering those questions. Okay, so Shri, you are right. Instead of using the Freenom and the Google domain, we could have used the Amazon domain also. Okay, so it is just a little expensive. That is why we did not use it. You're right. Okay. So one more question here from Shubham is, can you tell more about the name servers? Yeah, sure. We'll try to create some mapping and we'll share more. And Nitish is having a question on what is TTL and what is going to happen if it is going to be changed or increased. Okay, we'll share that as well. Let's go for a quick 10 minutes break here. And once we come back, we'll go continue using this. Okay. All right. Uh, Enjoy your break and we'll talk to you in 10 minutes. Okay. All right, everyone. So time up and I'm back. Please let me know if you're also back and we can resume our session. Okay. All right. Very nice. All right. That is great. Okay. Now we are actually going to be going and trying to make the S3 website make here. Okay. And how we are going to be going and trying to use the S3 website is we are actually going to be going and trying to use a subdomain here. We are going to be going and trying to use that. Earlier we used the Linux one. Now we're going to go and change that to, we can go and make use of, even you can use www or you can use, my S3 or just S3 or whatever name you choose. Okay, whatever name you decide. I'm going to be going and trying to use the www. Okay, let me see if I'm able to use this one. I will be able to go and incorporate this. So I'm going to go and take you to the S3 dashboard first. And that is where we are going to go and try to create S3 bucket. And we are going to go and try to create a small web page as well in the index.html file. So here on the S3 dashboard, we have to create a bucket here. Okay. The first step is we need to go and create a bucket here. Okay. So I will go and say I want to create a bucket here, and the name of the bucket, this name of the bucket need to be the same as you want it to be a domain name. So I have decided that I'm going to be choosing a www. So this becomes the bucket name for me. Okay. So this is actually something which is mandatory. You need to have the bucket name same as your domain name. I'm okay to keep that in the Northern Virginia. That is fine. And I do not want bucket level permissions here. I'm gonna uncheck this one and also select that I acknowledge that I don't need a bucket level permissions. Okay, I'm gonna go and choose both of these here. All right, and then I'm gonna simply go and hit say create this bucket. So we are trying to create a new bucket here, and the bucket name need to be the same as the domain name we want. I have disabled the bucket level permissions and then gonna create this bucket. All right, the bucket is created. We do have this bucket showing up here. I do have the uh, okay. Oh, my mistake. My domain name is not this one, right? It's a wrong one. So let me fix it. I did a mistake. I'm using a wrong name here. So the domain name I should be using is, this is Cloud AWS demo. Okay, this is the correct name I should be using. Okay, let me repeat the step one more time. Yes, please uncheck the box public access. Okay, and this looks good to me. I do have this www cloudawsdemo.com showing up here. And if I go in here, I'm going to be going and trying to use a property here called static website hosting. You know that this option exists toward the end of the page. Right now it is disabled, and I'm going to go and make it enable. I will use index.html here, which means I need to actually create that file and upload here in this bucket, right? That's how it works. So let's choose that. All right, so I'm gonna go and make use of it. All right, it looks great to me. Okay, looks good to me. And I need to go and use a notepad to create a very small web page here. And I'm going to be going and using that as an index.html file, and then going to be uploading it and making it public. Let me see if I already have something stored in the resources for you. Oh, that's fine. We can go and make use of this small code. That works. If you want, you can use this color. Otherwise, you can remove this color. Let me share this with you. Okay, I'm gonna save this as an HTML format, and then I'm gonna upload this file. I'll go and say file save as, and I'm gonna select all files and gonna save this file as index.html. And let me go and upload this file on the same bucket and make it public as well. I'm gonna go and click on say upload, add the file, uploading it and making it public. So once you have done the upload and the public part, you will be able to go and consume this file if you go and click on the property here called static website hosting. Okay, if you come down and say static website hosting, that is where the bucket endpoint is given, right? And this name is not very friendly, and we want to go and replace this with the friendly name. Okay, that is what we're going to be trying to do. We want to go and make use of the friendly name. If I go and click in here, it should actually show up here. It should work like this. But I want to change this name to a friendly name which I want to use, right? Okay, is this working for you? Is it showing for you? So after making it public, you actually need to go and check it out the endpoint of it. Okay, after making public, please go and scroll all the way toward down, and you will find for the static website hosting, you have the website endpoint given to you. Okay, you have the website endpoint given to you. Is that is that fine? Okay, okay, all right. Are you all set to go and create an entry in the Route 53? Are you all set to update this? All right, let's go and do that then. Okay, I'm gonna go and take you back here to the Route 53, and that is where I'm gonna be going to create a one more record entry. Okay, I'm gonna go and try to create a one more record entry, and this time I'm gonna say the entry name is gonna be www, followed by my domain name, that is a cloud.aws.demo.com. And what I need to add here in the value is, okay, what I need to add here in the value is, I do not have to go and paste anything here. Okay, I'm not going to be doing any kind of a copy paste here. So what I'm going to be doing is, I'm actually going to be going and making a choice here that I would like to go and use an alias. I'm selecting that I want to go and make use of this alias. Okay, Sanal, if the endpoint shows a 403 forbidden, which means you have not made the bucket public and you have not made the file public. That is why it is not available, it is not accessible. Okay, please change the permissions and make the endpoint work. All right, so I'm gonna go and change this one. I'm gonna go and say I want to use an alias. As soon as you select the alias, it is gonna be saying choose the endpoint. Okay, it is automatically gonna be giving you choose the endpoint. And here I'm gonna be selecting that I want to make use of S3 endpoint here. Okay, I want to make use of S3 endpoint here. All right, let's go and select, say I want to make use of the S3 endpoint. And it says in which region you have this bucket. And I'm gonna go and choose, say the bucket is there in the Northern Virginia. I'm gonna pick this bucket location. And then it is automatically gonna be going and showing the endpoint for the website we created. This is automatically gonna go and start showing up here. Is it working? Is it showing for you? All right, very, very nice. So just go and make a selection here. Okay, just go and choose it here and then hit say create this record. So which means you are actually able to go and create a mapping with the S3 service now. Okay, it is binded, it is created with the S3 now. Okay, go and hit say create record. All right, so hope you are on the screen and able to say create record. Shall I go and hit this button? Are you with me? Is that okay? Okay, I'm also hitting this button, say create record. And it is going to be very quick for creating the record. And as soon as the record is created, I'm going to be going and trying to consume it. I'm going to say copy this one and let's go and try using it. And we'll be able to see this working. Is it working for you? Are you able to go and connect to the S3 now? Is your website connecting, sending traffic to it? Okay, very, very nice. Okay, I'm sure this starts making sense to you, right? I'm sure this is starting some sense to you, right? You will get some understanding here. Okay, Rahul, if it is 403 forbidden, which means you have not given a permission to your S3 website, you have not made public, your object is not public. Okay, that is what the problem I do see. When we create a bucket, it does require region selection 3. It does require the region selection. Okay, so let me take you back to the S3 management console. So whenever we are creating any bucket, the bucket is actually created in a specific region, and it is actually shown here. Okay, it is actually showing here that where we have the bucket. You remember we created the source and the destination. Okay, we created the source and destination. And whenever you say I want to create a bucket, whenever you say I want to create a bucket, it's actually gonna go and give you where you want to create it, right? It's gonna show you where you want to create that. This is where you're gonna select that region. All right, very, very nice. Okay, very, very nice. All right, very good. So this is also working, right? So both the sites are working for you. This is very, very good. Yes, S3 service is a global. Okay, S3 service is global, but buckets are regional. Okay, buckets are regional resources. S3 service is a global service, but bucket are regional resources. All right. So now, how exactly all this is working and the different component which you're making use of it? Okay, how all this is working. So when we are actually trying to make use of it, so how things are working is okay. So first is we have to go and purchase a domain name, and domain name actually gonna be purchased from the registrar. Okay, so here is the domain name and the registrar which we are using. Okay, it is going to be purchased from the registrar, and registrar can be any. It can be Google, it can be Amazon, it can be Freenom, it can be any other registrar as well. So that if any of the customer is actually going to be trying to access your website, so the customer need to know that which IP they need to go and connect to. Okay, they need to actually know that which IP they need to go and connect to. So they need to go and connect to the registrar where you have purchased it. They're gonna going and checking, hey, I'm actually trying to consume this website. Do you know where it is? And registrar is going to have the name servers. Okay, it is going to be having the name servers, and it is going to be having a multiple name servers, and those name servers are going to be responsible for providing the answer that where exactly your services are. Okay, Okay, that is where your name servers are going to be coming into play. So name servers keeps all the entries that what is the subdomain name, what is the server ID, what is the S3 ID, where we need to send the traffic. All information, actually all records get created in the name server. Okay, these are name server going to be providing you the answer. But we actually want to go and make use of hosted zone in the Amazon. So we are saying that we want to go and use the Amazon services, right? This is the AWS environment. We want to make use of the DNS, which is the Amazon one. So we are saying we don't want to make the name servers from the registrar, but we actually want to go and make use of the name servers from Amazon. So that is why we have updated the name servers which belongs to the Amazon. We have created a Route 53 entries and we have updated these name servers here, which means now any request which is going to uh, come to domain registrar and asking for, hey, I would like to go to this website. The registrar is gonna say, okay, you want to go to this website? I don't know the information. You need to actually go and ask these name servers. And these name servers are actually listed here, which means all the requests are actually gonna land up at the Route 53 in the Amazon. And what all the entries you have created here in the Route 53, all those entries are gonna be going and helping to all those are going to be going and helping to uh, resolve the name, provide you the service, whether you need to use S3, whether you need to go and use the EC2, or you need to use the load balancer. So does this make sense now? Is this clear now? You have any question here? Okay, all right, very nice. I do not see any further question here. Okay, very, very nice. So if we had created from the domain name from the AWS, that means then we are gonna be having all this sitting in a one place, which means the domain registrar, name servers, everything is gonna be within the Amazon. Okay, that is again gonna be here. This is gonna be not outside the Amazon, but all this is gonna be here. It's gonna be in a one single place. Okay, that is correct. So we don't have to go and update the name servers, but we still need to go and create the records. We still need to go and create the records, that what subdomain I want to create, where I want to send the traffic. Okay, the records still need to be created. Okay, very, very nice. Okay, very, very nice. Now we actually going to be going and trying to make use of some more features here. If I take you here on the Route 53, and whenever we are going to be trying to create a record set, it is actually going to be going and showing us that we do have more routing policies which are available. Okay, we do have some more. Uh, okay, all right. So I'm gonna go and use the routing policy here. Okay, if you click on here in the routing policy, so they are going to be going and trying to give you lot many different options, that all these different type of routing policies which are existing. Okay, these are all the different routing policies which are which are here. So we can use a simple routing policy which does not have any kind of intelligence. We can actually go and use a weightage as well. Now what is weightage? So with the help of the weightage, we can actually go and define that, uh, how much of a traffic I want to send to each of the server. with the help of the weightage, I can actually define that I want to send this percentage of the traffic to the server 1 and this much of a traffic to server 2. If I have created two web servers, I can actually go and divide the traffic based on the percentage I want to send. Okay, I can actually go and say I want to send the traffic to it as a kind of a 30% traffic should go to server 1 and 70% traffic should go to server 2. Okay, you can create a weightage policy like this. We can actually go and go and create, yeah, weightage is like a load balancer, right? But load balancer does a 50-50, right? It does a kind of a round robin. It equally distributes. It cannot differentiate that more goes to one, less goes to other one. Okay, it equally distributes. So now uh, I can do one more thing here with the help of this policies. I can say all the 100% traffic goes to the original version here. Let's say I'm using a version 1 of my application, and all the traffic is actually going to the version 1. And now I'm developing a new version of my application, let's say version 2. Okay, I'm coming up with the version 2 of my application. Now I want to shift all my users. Okay, I want to shift all my users to new version of the application. I can actually go and slowly shift my user to the new version of the application. I can go and say, I want to send 10% of the load to version 2 and 90% of the traffic will continue to go to the old one. You want to just try to send very small amount of traffic to the new version, and all the old traffic is going to continue to the old version of your application. You want to send small amount because you want to check that how users behave, how applications behave on the new application. Okay, how exactly it's gonna work. If you think everything is gonna be working as expected, all looks good, all looks okay, you can then actually go and say, I want to test it out, sending more traffic to it. I want to send 50% traffic to it. And then you say, what happens if you're going to be sending more traffic, more users to your new application? Is your application working fine? Is there any kind of performance issue? Is there any kind of a connectivity issue? If not, it's going to be all good here. Okay, it's going to be all good. One fine day, you can say, I want to send all my traffic to new version, and you don't want to send any traffic to the old one. So in this way, Route 53 or DNS is going to help you do a transitioning from old version of the software to a new version of the software. Okay, so DNS is actually helping you make a smooth transitioning for you. Okay, this type of a transitioning is known as a blue-green deployment. Okay, it's known as a blue-green deployment where you're going to be trying to move from the old one to the new one. It's known as a blue-green deployment. Just remember that weightage policy where you can actually help and use and divide the percentage of the incoming traffic. Okay, is this okay? Does this make sense? Any questions, anyone? All right, very, very nice. So we are gonna go and talk about the other policy here as well. So we have a one more policy here called geolocation. Now geolocation is a one more interesting policy here. We can actually go and create some servers and then can decide that if the traffic is coming from any of the specific geographical location, then you need to go to a specific server. Okay, for example, I can go and say if the traffic is coming from US or Northern America, it should go to server 1. Okay, it should go to server 1. And if the traffic is coming from Asia, it should go to server 2. Okay. If traffic is coming from US, it need to go to server 1. If the traffic is coming from Asia, it need to go to server 2. So that is something we can actually go and define with the help of a geolocation. Okay. We can define a country, we can define a geography, and then we can define that where the traffic need to be sent out to. Do you want to try out this geolocation policy? Do you want to see how this works? Do you want to see a demo for that? Okay, looks like we have only one person interested. Okay, we do have a couple of people. So let me show you how this works. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be going and creating two servers here. One is the Linux server. We already have this Linux. And then we are going to be creating one Windows server here. We will say all the traffic which is getting generated from US is actually going to go to the Linux server. And all the traffic which we are going to be generating from Asia is going to go and hit the Windows server. Okay, let's try doing this one. So for this one, I need to create a one more Windows server. We already have a Linux one, which is fine, but I'm going to go and create a Windows server now. Let's go and connect to the AWS console. And I'm going to go and say I want to launch an instance here. So I'm going to go and choose, say, would like to go and make use of Windows. Okay, so this Windows server is fine. T2 micro is good. All these settings are good. Okay. Default storage, I'll call that as a Windows web server. All right. I'm going to go and make use of the security group. Okay. I think the one which we have created is this one. So both are fine. I think both are same. You can use any of those. We at the end of the day, we need a 3389 and port 80. So it does have that. Okay. You can use any of the firewall which gives you both the ports. And then let's launch it. I'm okay to use the key which I have so that I'll be able to go and make use of it. Let's create the server. Okay, server is getting ready. Okay, server is getting ready. All right. And once it is ready, I'm going to be trying to get the password and going to be trying to connect to it. Okay, that's what I'm going to be doing. So wait for a minute here, and then we will go and try to connect to it. We will install IS server on it, and we'll create a small web page on it. Okay, that's what we're going to be doing it. And once we have both these servers ready, then we will go to, then we'll go to the Route 53, and then we'll create the entries over there. That's what we are planning to do. Okay. All right, let me give it a attempt. Let me see if I do have the credentials to connect to it. Okay, it's ready. So it was quick. So let's go and try getting the credentials here. So server is getting ready, and I actually need to go and install the IS server on top of it. And we know that how to install the IS server. We do have the command available. Okay, we can go and use this command. I'm gonna go and run this command on a PowerShell terminal, right? That is where we're gonna be running it. This is the PowerShell terminal, and I'm gonna run this command to install the IS here. I've shared this in the chat for your quick reference. Okay, so here also I need to go and create one small web page. Let me use a notepad to do so. So I'm going to be going in trying to add a message here, say, hello Asia users and welcome to the US server. Okay, it's going to be HTML. And let's close this HTML tag as well. And once the installation is done, we are going to go and store this onto a specific location. Okay, you are already aware of the location, right? Okay, the installation is done here for me, and I'm going to be trying to save this file to a specific location, and that is on the C drive. I'm going to say would like to go to the C drive. It's going to be inetpub, and it's going to be www root, and that is where I need to save this as an index.html file. I think I have already shared the path with you. You can directly go and copy paste the path so that you don't have to worry about, yeah, this is the path. You can simply copy paste this one so you don't miss out the right location or the right format. Okay, this will help us stay on track, so that's fine. I'll go and make use of this path. I'm gonna say save this file. Okay, I'll put that here underneath the file name and gonna go and click on the save, and we are good. If I go and check it out, the IP of this server, it is actually going to be going and pointing toward this page here. Let me quickly confirm that here. Okay, I can go and select the IP for my Windows server, and let's confirm, and it's working. Okay, it's working. And now what I'm going to be trying to do, I'm actually going to be going and trying to create a common website here. I'm going to call that one as a global dot, I'll call that as a global site, and it is going to be using my own domain name. Okay, I'll be continue to use the domain name which we have been which we have created earlier. Okay, which is called cloudawsdemo.com. Okay, that is what I'm going to be trying to do next. We'll create this entry, and if this entry is going to be used from Asia, it is going to take to the Windows server. If this entry is going to be used in US, it is going to take you to the Linux box. So there's going to be no change in the website address. Website address remains the same. What matters is that from where you are using it, okay? From where you are going to be trying to consume it. That's what matters. All right. Is the Windows server working for you? Are you good with the Windows server? Is it showing you the website you created? Okay. So you have the Linux server and you have the Windows server as well. So we are all set to go and create an entry onto the DNS, onto the route 53. Okay, we are all set to go and connect to it. All right. All right. So let's go and now try to work on to the Route 53. I'm going to take you back here to the Route 53 console, and I'm going to just simple cancel this one. And I'm going to go and say, I want to now create a new record set here. Are you here on this page with me? All right. Okay, that is good. Let's go and create a new record here. I'm going to go and click on say create a new record. And I'm going to give a name here called global. Okay, you can also use this global as a subdomain. We own the domain and we can go and create multiple subdomains underneath it. Okay, because the domains is owned by us, we are free to choose any subdomains with it. Okay, so I'm selecting saying I want to make use of this global. Okay, and then I'm gonna go and say the routing policy is going to be the geolocation. Okay, routing is going to be the geolocation, and here I can actually go and choose continent, or I can go and choose a country as well. I'll be able to make a selection for the country. I'll be able to go and make a selection for the continent as well. All right. So that is good. That is very, very nice. So I'm going to see if the traffic is getting originated from Asia. Let me create an entry for Asia first. Okay. I'm going to say if the traffic is coming from Asia, I want to send that to the server which is saying welcome to US. I want to use this IP. Okay. I want to send the traffic to this server. I don't need this HTTP and blah blah blah. I just need an IP here. I also need to add the record ID here, and the record ID is going to be Asia. Okay, it is going to be Asia here. All right. So I'm going to go and say I want to create this record. Is that okay? Shall I go ahead and hit the button create record? All right, very nice. Let's go and say create this record. And the record entry is going to be created. I'm going to go and create a one more record entry, and that is going to be for the Northern America. I will again go and click on say I want to go and create a record set. And I'm again gonna go and call that one as a global. Okay, it is again gonna be the same name. It is again gonna be the global. And this time I'm gonna say it is again gonna be a geolocation policy. And this time traffic is gonna come from Northern America. If it is coming from Northern America, I can actually go and call this as US. And I want to send the traffic to my Linux box. Okay, I want to send that to the Linux box. And this is the Linux box IP I have. I'm gonna feed that IP in here. Okay, you can go and pick it up from your console. You can add the IP from there. So is it fine? So on this screen, I have made a couple of changes. One, I have given the record name. Second, I have given the value. Third, I have changed the routing policy. Fourth, I have given a location. And fifth is the record ID which we have chosen. Okay, fifth is the record ID which I have chosen here. Okay, are we good here? Is this fine? All right. Let's go and create this record as well. Okay, I'm gonna go and say I want to create this record as well. And the record is created. And I'm all set to go and consume this website. So try consuming it from Asia because we are right now in Asia. I'm going to be trying to open a browser and I'm going to go and enter that here in the browser and see where it lands up. And there we go. It is actually going to the server there in the US. It says, hello Asia user, welcome to the US server, right? It is taking to you to the server which is there in US. Okay, now I'm going to test the traffic from US. And how I'm going to test the traffic from the US? Actually, we have created a one server in the US, right? Windows server is created in Northern Virginia. We have that server created in Northern Virginia, and we are going to be going and trying to run this on in the server in Northern Virginia. So this is a server which is there in Northern Virginia, and I'm going to be trying to open a browser because this server is running in US. Any traffic I'm going to be trying to consume, this is actually going to be in the US. Okay, this is actually going to be in the US. Let me go and try to consume it here. I'm gonna say, let me go to global.mywebsite.com and let's see. Okay, there we go. It's taking me to the Linux server. The same website, but depending upon from where the traffic is coming, it is actually gonna be going to the different server. Okay, and you can actually do a customization here. Okay, you can say if the traffic is coming from US, I want to send it to this server, and this server actually gonna be having a language called English. And if it is traffic from coming from Asia, I want to send this to second server, and the website is created in a language called let's say Chinese. Okay, or you want to create a one more entry if the traffic is coming from Europe, you want to send that to a third server where you have configured your application in French language. So people are able to go and get the more personalized experience. They'll be able to get the their servers in a different language. Okay, they'll be able to go and use these services there. Is that okay? Does it make sense? All right, very nice. So we have made use of this global policy. Let me go and talk about the other policies which we have here. So we actually did talk about the simple, we talk about weightage, we talk about the geolocation, then we have called latency. So for example, we have created multiple servers. Route 53 is automatically gonna send traffic to the nearest server to you. Okay, it is it is automatically gonna go and say, okay, your nearest server is this, and I'm gonna send the traffic to you so that you are able to connect to it much faster. If I'm going to be taking you to a world map, okay, if I'm going to take back you to the world map, and let's say on the world map, I have actually created a couple of servers. I have one of the servers there in America, and there's a one server there in Asia. And if I'm going to be going and using a latency policy, if someone is going to be trying to connect from Singapore, okay, if some traffic is coming from Singapore, so as soon as it is going to be hitting the route 53, route, route 53 knows that we have a server here in Asia. It will automatically gonna route the traffic to Asia server so that you are not going to connect to a server which is far off. And you need not to worry about that which is the nearest server, which is the fastest server for me. Out of multiple servers, it is automatically gonna go and take you to your nearest server so that you will be able to go and consume your services at a much higher speed. Okay, that is what it is gonna happen. Okay, that's what's gonna be happening. All right, does it make sense, guys? Okay, and the last one here we do have on the Route 53 is we have called failover. Okay, we have a failover. So failover works as a active and standby. Okay, it's gonna go and work as an active and a standby. So it is going to send all the traffic to the active server. When active is failing, when active is not available, it will start sending traffic to the standby. Okay, it will send the traffic to the standby in that case. But by default, all the traffic is gonna go and hit the one single server. Okay, so it's gonna be like it's always gonna go to the active one, primary one, and this is going to be the standby. And standby server will only be used in case primary fails. Otherwise, you will not be able to go to standby. Okay. All right. So how does the latency works when we are using VPN? So VPN is also going to be terminating somewhere, right? So VPN also takes you and terminate your connection in some location. So it is going to be going and taking the location where your VPN is terminating you. That will be treated as your current location. Okay. VPN actually fools the location, right? It actually bypasses that. It actually disguises that where you're connecting from. All right. And then you will see one more option here that is known as multi-value. Multi-value means you can actually go and create a nested policies. Nested policies means I can go and create a geolocation, and behind the geolocation I can have a failover. Okay. First I can say I'm working on the geolocation, and afterwards internally I'm gonna go and make use of the failover. So multiple policies together is gonna go and help me create that. Okay. All right. So these are the all different policies we have for the exam. Do remember that there are 5 policies and what the use case for each of the policy is. Okay. So that is something you need to keep in mind. Okay. That is something you need to remember. Is that is that good? Is that okay? So I think that's all I would like to go and cover here for Route 53. It's actually very interesting. Okay, and you have actually reserve a domain name here. I want you to go and make use of for the next few days which is available. Okay, because you have already paid 50 cents for this month and you have still 8 more days to go in this month. Okay, so make use of this domain name you have created. Try playing around with the different policies which are available there. Try creating multiple servers and see how it's going to be routing the traffic over there. So try to do as much practice as much you want, but try to delete that by 30th or 31st of this month. Don't leave it running for the next month. Otherwise, Amazon is going to be going and adding a charges for next month as well. It's going to be kind of a monthly charges added. Once you have paid the charges, you can actually go and use this for the entire month. Is that okay? Is that fine with you? All right, very nice. Okay, so which means we are all set to go to the next topic which we have, and that is called Cloudfront. So do you want to take your longer break here and you want to come back and then start the next topic? Or you think you're okay, you want to cover the next topic and then go for break? Let me know what you think. Okay, Rahul is saying that we can use Route 53 and the load balancer together. Absolutely, Rahul. So let me actually show you this. If you are here and you're trying to create a record set, and when you say alias, you can actually point toward a load balancer here as well. right? You see it is saying that you want to point to your classic load balancer or application load balancer. If I choose this, it says in which region your load balancer is. I say it's in Virginia, and your load balancer will start showing up here if you have any load balancer in this, in this region. And that's a good point you brought, Rahul. Actually, I'm going to give you a project based on that. Okay, so there will be a project which is going to be shared with you after the class, and you need to complete the project and return that back. You need to do the project and capture the screenshot and send it back for the evaluation. Okay, and you will be able to, you are going to be going and using this load balancer option in the DNS. Okay, so that's a good thought, Rahul. Any other question, anyone? And what you're thinking is, what is your opinion? Break or continue? Let me know what you think. Vote for it. All right, looks like everyone want to continue. That is very, very nice. So let's go ahead. Okay, I'm just gonna go and continue here, and we are gonna go and start with the CloudFront. Okay, we're gonna go and make use of the CloudFront over here. So as I'm here on the CloudFront, okay, what exactly CloudFront and why I need to use it? Let me give you a use case first. Okay, I'm gonna be sharing that why it is required. I will take you to the global infrastructure page, and I'm gonna give you one scenario here. Okay, let's say your company is having an office in America, and all the users, all the customers are there in US, and they are able to consume the services from this server in the US. Okay, you are able to go and use the services here in the US. Now, uh, your company is now trying to open one office here in Asia, and now you have a requirement that there are going to be users and there are going to be customers who are going to be connecting from Asia location. But you actually have all the data which is there in US, which means customers and the users from Asia, they need to come to US and consume the data. How you can make that data available to the customers in Asia? Do you think of any service we already covered? How I will be able to make data available to the users in Asia? Are you able to recollect any service which is going to help me here? Think of it. All right, that's interesting. So I do see a lot of different responses coming in. We do have an option of edge location. We do have a S3 destination and source, or we have a VPC pairing as well. Okay, so that is all interesting. But I think when we have just a very few locations, then S3 replication is the good choice. We can actually go and create a one more bucket, and then we can actually go and set up a replication between the two buckets. Okay, so Shri, yes, you are right. We can actually go and make use of S3 replication here. Okay, we can create two buckets, and we can go and set up a replication between them. All right, so the S3 replication works very well when we have just a few locations, maybe two, maybe four, maybe 10. But how about when you have your users all over the world? How you're gonna go and manage and work when you have the users all over the world? They are not from any specific location, any specific region, but they are everywhere. Okay, they are everywhere, which means uh, they are going to be going and generating a request to consume your services from all over the world. Take an example of Netflix. Take an example of Amazon Prime. People do consume those contents in different part of the world, right? In different location, and those are really heavy video files. Okay? Really big data which is going to be used all over the world. So in that case, it becomes difficult to create multiple buckets. It becomes difficult to go and set up so much of a replication. So what we will do in that case, we actually go and make use of something known as content delivery network. Okay, we try making use of content delivery network. How content delivery network works is content delivery network make use of it does make use of network which is created by vendor. So for example, Amazon is having their multiple data centers, the multiple locations, and we are going to be going and using those multiple locations to share the data, to cache the data, and to provide the data in the different locations. So what we are going to do, we are just going to be going and keeping a one copy of our data that is there on the original server. It can be on your load balancer, it can be on your EC2, it can be on your S3, and then we will go and share this data with the help of the content delivery network. Okay, then we'll go and try to share this data with the help of the content delivery network. Okay, so when you're going to be going and trying to share this data with the help of the content delivery network, you create a distribution in the CDN. Okay, you create a content distribution in the CDN, and you just inform all the edge servers, you just inform all the edge locations that we do have this data available. Okay, we do have this data available. Now edge servers or edge locations are aware of it, that we do have this data available. Okay, they are aware of it, and whenever whenever any of the users actually request for this data, the request actually goes to the end server. It is going to be going to the edge server. It does not go to the original server. It is going to go to the original server in case we are not using content delivery network. Okay, it is going to go to the original server in case we are not using the content delivery network. But as we are making use of the content delivery network, it is actually going to be going and sending the request to the nearest edge server. So edge server is going to go and check that do we have this data available on the local server. If you're trying to access the data for the first time, it may not be available locally. Okay, it may not be available to you locally. But whenever the request comes for the first time, Edge server downloads a copy and make a local copy here. Okay, it downloads a local copy. Okay, it stores the local copy. And when the next time any other user in that region is trying to use the same data, it goes to Edge server. Edge server has a copy of it, and the user is able to go and consume the data locally. User will not have to wait for data to be downloaded and made available to him from a remote location. Okay, user need not to wait for a longer period of time. Is that okay? Does this make sense? Is that fine? And we actually gonna be able to go and make use of this anywhere in the world. Okay, and there are a lot many edge servers, there are a lot many edge locations which exist. Okay, there are many edge locations which exist. Let me go and show you that how many edge locations we do have. I'm gonna go and take you to the content delivery page, content delivery network page, or the Cloudfront page. I'm gonna say AWS Cloudfront. Here is the Cloudfront, and it says Cloudfront is actually a content delivery network. Okay, there is a one more company which provides this service, and the company is actually the leader in the content delivery network. Okay, they are the leaders in this space. The name of the company is Akamai. Okay, the company name is Akamai, and Akamai is actually leaders in the content delivery. Okay, all right. So we are going to be going and trying to make use of this service from the Amazon. Okay, Amazon is having the same service with the name of Cloudfront. So how Cloudfront is working and where uh, all the servers are there for the Cloudfront, we can go and check it out the features. And this feature is gonna share that which are the different locations are there. So there are regions. Okay, there are a lot many different regions. That is something we are aware of. But the edge locations are actually much more than that. We only have few regions in a country. We have only few regions worldwide. But edge locations are very high in number. It says edge locations are actually more than 225. Okay. What is an edge location? Edge location is actually a mini data center. It's a small data center, and that is actually connected with 100 Gbps fiber cables. Okay. It's a very high speed connected data center. And let me show you that how many edge locations we do have here in India. If I go and show you here in Asia, if I talk about India, so in India, how many regions we have? How many active regions we have? And where do we have that region in India? Okay, you're right, Shri. Let me wait for more responses here. Okay, yes, Shubham, you're right. We have one region in India which is active, and that is Mumbai, right? Yep, Nitish, you are right. We have only one region in India, and that is in Mumbai. And there's a one more region coming up, right? And where is that region coming up? Where is the second region for Amazon coming up? Okay, yep, that is correct. So it's coming up in Hyderabad. Okay, it's coming at Hyderabad. All right. But if I talk about the edge locations, so edge locations are all over India. We have 3 edge locations in Bangalore, 4 in Chennai, 3 in Hyderabad. We have 4 in Mumbai, 5 in Delhi. Okay, and you can see these are all different locations, right? You actually don't have to go and connect to Mumbai region and then consume the data. You can actually go and connect to the nearest edge location and go and use the data. Does this make sense, guys? Is it okay for you? Is it fine? Okay, let's go and make use of it and it'll make more sense to you. Okay, let's go and try to use this one. I'm gonna go and take you to the Amazon console. Okay, I'll go and take you to the Amazon console here. And I'm going to be going in taking you to the networking section here. I'll go and scroll it down and say I want to go and make use of the networking. And that is where the CloudFront is. Let me choose the CloudFront. Okay, I'm going to be going and making use of the CloudFront here. So when we want to create a CloudFront, we have to create a distribution. And for the distribution, we actually need to go and have a repository of files which we want to share. Okay, we need to go and use the reference for the data repository, and data repository can be an S3 bucket as well. We can use an S3 bucket which can work as a data repository for us. Okay, so I actually need to go and create a S3 bucket first. So let's go and try creating a bucket here. Okay, I don't need these servers. I'm gonna go and delete these servers. You can go and instance state and terminate them. I'm gonna go and check it out the S3 here. Okay, all right. Sorry, Sanal, I did not saw your question. I saw your question now, and we are going to be answering that in a while. Okay, all right. So here we have a lot of different buckets. I'm going to go and create one more. Okay, I'm going to go and say I want to create a one more bucket here. So create a bucket, and gonna say it is going to be a bucket for CDN demo. Okay, it's going to be a CDN demo bucket. Let me see if this is a kind of unique one. I will go and use that in Northern Virginia. That is fine. Okay, let's keep that in the US. And I don't want to block the permissions. I want to open the permissions. It already exists. Very, very nice. Let me go and add some unique name number here. 322. So 22nd of March. Let me add a date here. And it becomes unique. Okay, this looks good. Is that okay? Is that fine? All right. So now I'm actually going to be going and trying to upload one of the image file, and the image file which I want to upload, I want that to be a really, really a big file. Okay. I want the file should be at least 40 MB or 50 MB file. You can actually find any of the 40-50 MB file from the internet and you can make use of it. Okay. We'll try uploading it. I'm going to go and try to make use of file which I have here on my local laptop. And the file which I have here is Airbus, and this file size is actually I think around 40 MB or 39 MB. Yeah, 39 MB. Let me upload this 39 MB file because I want to go and upload and use this file from the bucket and then use this file from the CloudFront, and I want to just make the difference that how fast and slow it's gonna be. So if I'm going to be going and making use of a small files, I will not be able to make out the difference. That is why I'm trying to use really a large file here. Okay, the big file it is going to take some time to load. Okay, that is fine. Let's go and say I want to upload it. Once I am able to upload the file, I can go and share this with you also in case if you want to use the same file. Okay, that's absolutely okay. That's fine. Okay, the file upload is complete for me, and I'm gonna go and check this out. I'm gonna make it public and so that you will be able to go and use this as well if required. I'm making it public and it is good. Let me share this URL with you. Let me know once you are ready with the file. You might be using some other file as well. Are you ready with the file or you are still uploading it? Okay, Shri is ready. Let me know. Okay, Shubham is uploading. That's fine. Let me give you one more minute here. Okay, let me know once you want me to move on. Okay, let's when you're ready to proceed. All right, looks like most of us are ready. Anyone still uploading it? Anyone still making it ready? Okay, I assume that we all are good. Okay, I assume that we all are good. Okay, very nice. Thank you. Thank you, Nitish. So let's go and proceed here. I'm gonna go and take you back here to the CloudFront page. Okay, and that is where I'm gonna go and click on say I would like to go and create a distribution. Let's go and create a distribution here. Okay, so I'm gonna go and click on say I want to go and create a distribution and get started. And here I need to go and mention that I need to go and mention that what is the origin here? Okay, what is the origin domain name here for me? From where I'm going to be going and trying to supply this data. I'll go and click in here and you will find it is going to be going and showing you lot many different buckets. I'll go and pick one which we have created for this demo. So I have chosen the CDN demo bucket which we have created. So is your bucket showing up here which you created? Is that showing up here? Okay, so which means this is going to be the source for the distribution. Okay, it's going to be acting as a source for the distribution, which is very nice. Okay, it's very nice. So I will select that I want to make use of this bucket. I do not have to go and mention anything here at all. I will continue to scroll this all the way toward the end. Okay, I'm gonna go and scroll all the way, gonna be using all these default settings. And then I'm gonna go and hit say create this distribution. As soon as you hit the button say create the distribution, it is gonna be showing you the status is in progress, which means it is actually trying to create this distribution for us. Okay, it's trying to create that distribution for us. And it might take a couple of minutes. Okay, it might be taking a couple of minutes to complete building this distribution, because it need to go and update all the different locations that now we have a new repository, and it is also going to be going and sharing the list of files we have in this repository. Okay, so it is not going to send all data, it is only going to send a list that we have this repository and it contains these files. Okay, it's not going to be copying the data, it is just adding those entries. It is just trying to update all the edge locations about the new distribution we are creating. So it might take a couple of minutes here. Okay, we are going to be waiting here for this to finish. Once it says done, it's available, we'll try and go and show you that how to check this out. Okay, how to verify it, how to make it work. In the meantime, if you have any questions, just let me know. We can use this time to discuss some questions here. Okay, is it in progress for you? Is it going on? Okay, all right, that's good. Okay, it's gonna take a couple of minutes, so you can use this time to get some water for you. You can grab some coffee for you. Okay, you can use washroom, so that's fine because it's not gonna be very quick. Okay, it's gonna take a couple of minutes here. All right, as we are waiting, I'll also be right back here. All right, so it says yes, it is deployed. Okay, so it is saying it is deployed for me, and looks like it is deployed for Shri for you as well. Okay, that is correct, Shri. We are not gonna go and deploy any edge of edge servers because that is what we want the vendor to manage, and because we don't know that from where, what all places from the world people are going to be going and consuming this, right? We cannot go and try to create servers all over the world. The servers are already created by the vendor, and we want to go and make use of those. Okay, setup is already done. We just want to make use of those. We don't want to go do any kind of a setup. We just want to say that this is the data I want to share. That's it. And the vendor is AWS here. Yep, that is right. Okay, we are going to be depending upon the AWS to manage all that stuff for us. Okay, very, very nice. So it is deployed, and now I'm going to be going and trying to make use of it. So you will find that it does give me a domain name here. Okay, this is the domain name which it shows me. I'm going to go and copy this one and paste that in a notepad for me. Okay, I'm just going to go and keep it here. And now I'm going to be going and trying to check the file which we have uploaded here. Okay, this is the URL for that file. So I'm going to consume the file clicking on the URL. Okay, as I'm going to be going and using the file, I need to click on the URL and it's going to open the file for me. Let me try opening the file. I'm going to go and use that from S3 first. And I'm going to check that how much time it is going to take to load the file. Okay, see it is trying to load and it is very slow. Okay, try to load that. Okay, so is it loading slow for you? Okay, looks like it is taking a lot of time to load that file. All right, so as it is gonna be trying to load the file and looks like it is taking a lot of time to load the file, right? And the file size is also, somewhat of 40 MB. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm actually now gonna be trying to access the file through the Cloudfront. And to make use of the Cloudfront, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm actually gonna be trying to modify this link, this URL. I will go and replace the S3 URL with the Cloudfront URL. So I just go and change this with the Cloudfront. So I'm going to go and say in place of the S3, I want to make use of the URL which is for the CloudFront. So I change this part. And then I'm going to be trying to access the file from this path. So let's go and try to access the file from this path now. And just observe the difference. Is it going to be fast? Is it going to be slow, or is it going to be the same as before? Looks like it's a little faster for me. Okay. All right. So is it working for you? Are you able to download the file from the CloudFront? Is it giving you a better performance than before? Okay. All right. So does this make sense? Is it okay? Is it working for you? So once you have downloaded that for the first time, you will find it is gonna go and work much faster next time. You can go and try using some other browser. You can go and try using some other system, and try to consume the file one more time. And you will see it is gonna be super fast for you because the local copy is available here in the location near to you. Okay, try opening this file one more time in a different browser and see how fast it is going to be. So what's your observation here? Is it good? All right, very, very nice. And once you are done using it, you actually need to go and delete this distribution. Okay, we need not to go leave it running. We actually go to CloudFront. We need to disable it, and then we need to go and delete it. Okay, I want to show you one thing more here. The CloudFront also allow you, okay, the CloudFront also allow you to blacklist some of the cities, some of the countries. If I go and click on, say, distribution settings, I can go to an option here called restrictions, and I can go and check it out the restrictions here. I can say I want to enable the restrictions. Okay, I want to enable the restrictions, and I want this to not to be available in some countries. I want to blacklist. I say I don't want this to be available in India. So which means this distribution, this contents are not going to be available in India, but you can go and consume that anywhere outside India. You can create a whitelist. You can choose a countries who can actually go and use it. I can say only India, only uh, only Singapore can use it, and no other country in the world should be able to use it. So I can create those kind of a customization here. Okay, you can have the jurisdictions with the help of it. All right. So does this make sense, guys? Is it okay? We can actually go and now we say we want to disable it. Okay, there was a one more thing here. I think maybe Shri asked the question that how we will be able to go and control the time it is going to be sitting there. uh, I think Sanal asked that question. For how much time does it keep the data on the edge server? Once you're going to be sharing this data, how long it is going to be available on the edge server? After that it is going to be expiring. We can actually go and define that with the help of something called time to live, TTL settings. Okay, so these TTL settings are actually going to be going and defining that how long we want this data to be available over there. Let me check it out where we have the TTL settings. If I click in here, edit. No, it's not here. Behavior. Okay, here is a behavior. Let's go and try checking the behavior here. Okay. All right. I'm not sure where they have moved the TTL settings. I need to go and check it out. Let me search it real quick. I'm gonna say TTL for CloudFront. Okay, where I need to configure the TTL. It says how to manage the long content stay. Okay, let's check this out. Where they have moved the option. Okay, these new settings enhance the control of caching of the stuff. TTL. Okay. Okay, doesn't talk about where to change that. All right. That you specify when you create or update a distribution. Okay, these values are something which you when you create, and to use the setting you must choose the customize option for the object caching setting. When you create or update your CloudFront distribution, customize object caching. So do you see this customize object caching? Cache statistics, that is actually reporting. Okay, how about the policies? Okay, manage the caching optimization. Let me check it here. Okay, there it is. Okay, manage the caching optimization. That is where you have the TTL settings. Okay, this is where the TTL is actually mentioned in the seconds. So this is the time which is sent that this is the maximum time your file is going to be staying in the cache. Okay, this actually setting is going to be defining it, and you can customize this time to live settings here. All right, I'm gonna go and disable my distribution, and I'm gonna delete that later as well. Okay. You have any other question here for me? Okay, let's go and disable it. And it's gonna take a little bit of time to disable, and when we delete it, okay. After that, we are gonna be deleting it. Okay, very nice. Any other question you have for the CloudFront? Anything else on your mind? Okay, let's go and talk about the cloud formation then. Okay, let's see how the cloud formation is going to work. Cloud formation is infrastructure as a code, and cloud formation actually gives you ability to create the services with the help of the code. Okay, so let's go and check it out that how the cloud formation is gonna work. So I'm actually gonna take you to the AWS console, and that is where I'm gonna go and choose that I want to use a cloud formation. Okay, so cloud formation is actually part of the management and governance. This is the section where you can able to make use of it. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna go and say I want to use the cloud formation. And how do we begin? We actually begin with creating a stack. And in the stack, we are going to be mentioning that, in the stack, we are going to be going and mentioning that what all I want to create in Amazon. I want to create a Linux box. I want to create a web services. I want to create a security group. I want to create a database servers. All that information is something I'm going to go and put that in the stack. Okay. So I'm going to go and make use of one of the code which is available from Amazon. Okay, this is the place where the code is available, which I'm going to be trying to make use of it. So here, you will find this code is actually written in a JSON format. And let me open this code for you in a text in a notepad. Okay, so that we'll be able to read this, we'll be able to understand that what it is doing. Okay, so this is how the code look like. Okay, this is how the code look like. So you see, this code is actually trying to pass some parameters here. It says which type of a server you want to create. Do you want to create M1 small? Do you want to create a T2 micro? Or which type of server you want to go and create? Okay. And then it also gives you an option that depending upon the region you have selected, which AMI will be used. So this AMI ID which is given here is actually for the Linux image, which means this code is actually going to be going and trying to create a Linux server for us. And if I go and scroll it down a little further, you see it is actually going to be trying to create a Apache and PHP server. Okay, it's going to be trying to create an Apache and Linux a PHP server. It is installing both the packages, and it is also going to be trying to add a index file here. And this is the message which is going to be displayed. I will scroll it down and I will share one section. And looking at the section, you will be able to make out that what we are trying to do. So do you think these lines make sense to you? Are you able to understand these lines? What we are doing here? Okay, anyone? What we are trying to create? Okay. So Sanal says, yep, that is correct. Rahul, you are right. So what we are doing is we are actually trying to create a security group. We are trying to create a firewall here, and we are opening up port 80 for everyone, right? Because you have worked with these services, you are able to understand this code. And the best way to learn this is just to, try working with couple of templates, and you will start understanding that how it is working, what it is doing. Okay, that is how it works. I'm going to be going and trying to modify this, and then I'll share this code with you. I'm saying I don't want to use the M1 server as a default one. I want to use a T2 micro server as a default. Okay, you can actually go and take this code, start customizing it, and create your own code. I don't want to give users so many options to choose from. I say user will be able to go and choose from only these four models. Okay, I want to give a choice that T1 micro, T2 micro, T2 small, T2 medium. That's it, nothing else. And then I want to give a kind of a customized message here. I say AWS CloudFormation sample PHP application for NSC IT. So this is a web page which is going to be created and shown. I'm going to go and save this. Okay, I'm going to say I would like to save this as CloudFormation uh, oh, NSC IT. And let me actually try using this, and I'm going to be sharing this with you as well. I can actually go and upload that in any of the S3 bucket and we can go and use it. I can upload it here in the same bucket we created for the CDN. I say I'll upload the code which I created and I'll make it shareable and you can go and download that one. Okay, this is fine. Let me upload and let me make it shareable. I think you should be able to go and open the file from this link, and we can actually give this link directly uh, in the cloud formation. Okay, it can actually read the template directly from the S3. So here I do have an option saying I want to give a reference to the S3. This is where my code is. This is where the instructions are that what you're going to be doing. And if I'm going to be going and saying I want to use it, I say next. And that is where it is going to be asking the parameter. It said what the stack name is. I'll say it is a my cloud formation. Okay, my cloud formation. And I'm okay using T2 micro. If I click in here, you see it is showing four models because we have chosen these four models in the code, right? So I'm trying to create a Linux server with the help of code, and I'm going to be trying to install Apache and PHP with the help of the code. And I'm going to be trying to make some configuration with the help of the code. Means I'm not going to be logging on to the console. I'm going to be trying to work with the help of the automation with the help of the code. All right, as soon as I select the T2 micro, I will simply go and say next. And then I will say next and say create this tag. And you will find it will start building the environment for me. You will find it will start creating new server for you in the EC2 console. You'll be able to see a new server over there. Okay, all right. So if I refresh this, it is actually going to be going and showing me what exactly it is doing behind the scene. There we go. It actually created a security group, okay? And it is creating a web server as well. Yes, Shri, we can actually go and use Lambda to execute the code, right? We can do that. But will you be able to go and, will you be able to go and create multiple Amazon services with the help of the code? Here, it is actually kind of having a dependency on one component to the other one. Okay, it's going to be kind of a reusable code, which is going to be version control and which is going to be actually deploying all those stuff for you. Okay. The code which we are putting in the Lambda, that is actually kind of an some application code, some software code, okay, not the code to build the environment. All right. Very soon it is gonna go and say the create is complete, and we will be able to go and see one server ready over there, and we'll be able to use the web services as well from this server. Okay, yes, one server is running. All right, it is running. I'm still waiting for my code to complete. Okay, I'm still waiting for it to say create is complete. Is it working for you? Is it showing that create is in progress for you? Okay, that is great. So you have been given a Terraform training last week. So Cloudfront is actually the same as Terraform. Okay, so Terraform is from the HashiCorp. Okay, but Amazon is also having its own tool called CloudFormation. It's also infrastructure as a code. So you are right, Sri. Okay, but the benefit using the Terraform is Terraform can be used with the multiple vendors, right? But here, this CloudFormation is only going to be available here in the Amazon. Okay, but yes, it's the same as infrastructure as a code. All right, that is great. All right, all right, let me go and refresh this one. It is still in progress, but I think my server must be ready. If I go and check it out the public IP and add the public IP in the browser, I should be able to see the web page which we have created over there. Okay, must be ready there. There we go. This is the web page which we have tried creating with the help of the code, right? So you'll be able to go and deploy all the infrastructure with the help of it. It's pretty same as the Terraform is. You can actually go and remove all what you have created with the help of it. If you go and delete the template, it's gonna go and delete what all you have created. Okay, so you already know Terraform. So Terraform is actually much more easier and smooth to work and have more much options here, right? So how was the experience with the Terraform? So you use the Terraform with the help of the GitHub, or where you kept the code? Okay, you use the Ubuntu EC2 instance to use it. That's fine. You configured the Terraform on that. But where you kept the repository, where you kept the code, where you kept the CF file, CF state file, right? You might have kept it somewhere. It was on the instance itself. Okay, inside the instance only. Okay, that's fine. So you have not integrated that with the GitHub, right? You have not used the GitHub in that. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Yes, I can show you the previous step here. So are you still waiting for Sanal, the previous step? I'm sorry, your message is coming here in the different chat, so I couldn't see that. Are you good or are you waiting for some steps here? Okay, very nice. Okay, thank you. So here it says create is complete, and if once you're done, you can actually go and say I want to delete this template as well, and it's gonna go and remove all that here. Okay, it's gonna go and remove the stuff which we have created. All right. Any questions you do have with with the with the Terraform with the with the Terraform in the AWS, which is CloudFormation? No questions with the CloudFormation? Let's go and delete this then. Okay. So we can actually go and select this and say I want to delete it. Okay, delete it not in progress. That's fine. Okay, that is great. That is very, very nice. Okay, this is good. This is very, very nice. So, when you're going to be going and using the uh, Terraform, so use the Terraform in the AWS. And I think it must be very easy for you to understand the different component which we have covered in the AWS, right? You must be able to understand the services, what Terraform is doing. So the training you attended was helpful for you to go and attend the Terraform. Was that of any help? Okay. All right. Okay. That is good. That is very, very nice. Okay. That's good. Now, one thing you need to remember here is that, uh, CloudFormation is free to use. There are no charges for using the CloudFormation. But any kind of services you are creating with the help of the CloudFormation, those are services that are going to be paid. Let's say I'm going to be trying to create a EC2 server, or I'm going to be trying to create a RDS server. So those services are going to be chargeable. But using CloudFormation itself does not cost money. Okay, it doesn't cost money. All right. So let me go ahead and move on to the next topic here called System Manager. Now the System Manager which we have here is actually kind of one tool which is going to be having a lot many subsystems in it. Okay, it's actually going to be a collection of lot of different small services. And System Manager, let's see where System Manager is. Okay, so here's a System Manager. If you go and click on the System Manager, it's going to go and take you to the dashboard of the System Manager. If you want System Manager to work, you actually need to go and install a System Manager agent on the machine. Once you install and register the System Manager onto a machine, then you will be able to go and make use of all these options. What these options are, you can actually go and make use of Fleet Manager, which means you can actually create a group for your fleet. You say this is Windows servers, these are Linux servers, and you can actually segregate them as per the versions, okay, as per the patch set, and you can actually go and patch them with the help of the patch manager. Okay, you can actually go and approve the patches, and you can say I want to apply all these patches there onto my servers, and it is going to be actually going to automatically push those patches and running and applying those patches. Okay, but to make this work, you actually need to go and install the agent on that. Then we have something called State Manager, which means it is actually going to be going and trying to maintain the state of your server. Okay, so what is the state of your server today? What was it yesterday? Was yesterday before yesterday? In case if you want to go and do a rollback, you will be able to go back in the time. Okay, you'll be able to go back in the time. There's a one more interesting feature here called run a command, and you will be able to go and run the command on multiple servers at the same time. Maybe you want to collect some data and you're going to be trying to run some commands to get some data. So you can say, I want to run a command, and then select the number of servers where you want to run the command. It's automatically going to be going and trying to run the command on multiple servers at the same time, and then show you the output. Then I'm going to be showing you that how it looked like. Okay. But all this is going to be possible once you have the system manager agent installed on it. Okay. So um, this particular tool is not very much mature. Okay, people do make use of like SCOM, people do make use of some satellite servers and other stuff. But this is something which is coming up, and this is something you must be aware of. Okay, that something exists, which is going to be helping you take control of the operations within your Amazon account. Okay, just you just need to be aware of it. Okay. Okay. So uh, this is agent based and it's not an agentless. Okay, that's the only one thing you need to remember here for the system managers. All right, I want to talk a little bit on the DR here now. What do you understand by a DR? What do you mean by a disaster recovery? Okay, what your thoughts are on the disaster recovery? So disaster recovery means if any kind of interruption happens to your application, okay, means if something goes wrong, okay, if something goes wrong and and you are not able to use your application, and application can stop working due to multiple reasons. It can be due to the hardware failure, it can be due to the some natural disaster, it can be due to the terrorist attack or cyber attack. There can be various reasons that your application stops working. You're going to be having some kind of interruption using consuming the resources. So what's going to happen in that case? Then you need to go and restore your services in an alternate location. Okay, you need to actually go and restore them in a different location. So we do have a different type of DR methodologies available. Okay, there are different type of DR methodologies, and I'm just going to be going and trying to share those names with you. Okay, so we do have a one methodology which is known as a backup and restore. Okay, we do have something known as a backup and restore. Backup and restore is a traditional way, okay, and the backup and restore is very, very economical. It is going to depend on how much data you have. The more data you have, the more time it is going to take. Okay, so this is the most economical, and you can use that for non-mission critical services. Then we have something called Pilot Light. Pilot light means you have identified an alternate location which you are going to use in the case of a failure. Let's say you are actually using Virginia for all the services. You can go and say, in case Virginia is going to fail, I'm going to make use of Singapore. And you're going to be going and trying to keep some of the servers in Singapore. You might want to keep some servers like Active Directory servers for you, some of the backup copies for your database and other stuff. So that in case, if you need to go and make use of a Singapore region, that is actually available for you. That's Pilot Light. Warm standby is actually primary and standby. Okay, warm standby means you have active site and then you have a standby site. In case primary site, in case primary site fails, you can go and make use of the standby site. Okay, that's how it works. And then finally, we have something called multi-site here. Okay, we have a multi-site, and multi-site is going to be helping us that we are going to be having a two sites which is going to be active, and both the sites are going to be available all the time. which means if something goes wrong, there is going to be no interruption at all. The people will start consuming the services from the alternate side. It will start consuming from the alternate side. So there's going to be no interruption. Multi-site is the most expensive, and backup and restore is the cheapest one. Does this make sense? Now we also have two terminologies associated with it called RPO and RTO. What is RPO? RPO stands for Recovery Point Objective, and RTO is a Recovery Time Objective. Okay, let me actually share some more information about that. Okay, let me just get that here. Just give me a second. Okay, all right. Let me share the RTO first with you. Okay, I think it's a good to know about that. All right. So let me bring this image here. Okay. So this is what the RTO is. Okay. So RTO means how much time you're going to take to restore all these services. Okay. So which means the time given to you so that you can fix those services and bring these services back online. Okay. How much time is going to be required to you to recover everything? So if you're going to take some 8 hours to do the recovery, that is where the RTO becomes 8 hours for you. Okay, it becomes 8 hours for you. Okay, so here you see the disaster is going to happen at 12 noon, and you have a time till 8 p.m. to bring everything back up. So which means 8 hours is given to you. So this is the maximum time given to you to bring all the services back up. Okay, so recovery time given to you. And then we have a next option called RPO. What is RPO? RPO is that how much data you are okay to lose. So let me just bring that in here. So RPO means how much data you are okay to lose. For example, you are actually creating a backup every hour. You are taking a backup at 9, you are taking a backup at 10, you are taking a backup at 11. But now you are gonna be taking a backup at 12, but some disaster happens and you are not able to take a backup at 12. Now the last good backup you have is at 11, which is 1 hour before. Okay, which is 1 hour before. And you can go and only restore the backup which is at 11, which means you are actually going to be going and losing the data of between 11 to 12. You don't have a backup of it, and you're going to go and lose this data. Get this data is gone. So RPO is that how much amount of data loss you are okay with in terms of time. Okay, how much data you're okay to lose in terms of time. So which means whenever services are restored, they will be restored as what they were at 11. Okay, you're going to lose that data between 11 to 12 because there is no backup. Is that okay? Is it fine? All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Very, very good. So let me go and Let me go and check the more questions you do have. You have any questions with this? Okay. All right. I don't think you have a questions around this one. So let's go and talk about the certification and the exam now. If I'm going to be trying to take you to the product page here, where all the certifications are mentioned, SysOps is also here. And if you go and click on the SysOps page, it's going to take you or to a specific page which is created for the SysOps, and all the information for the SysOps certification is available here. Let me share this link with you. So it shows that, uh, the exam details. It says there are going to be 65 questions in the exam, and the exam is 130 minutes duration. And you need to pay $150 for the exam. Exam is going to be all objective type. Okay, there are going to be multiple choice, multiple responses, answers. There's no theory, there's no practical, all objective type. Okay, you can actually go and book the exam and take the exam from the exam center, or you can actually go and take the exam from home as well. Okay, you will be able to go and take the exam from home as well. There's no need for you to go and you know visit a center, because during this pandemic we are actually given a flexibility to go and take up the exam from home if required. But you need a kind of a machine where you have a webcam. Someone from the exam center is going to be going in trying to monitor you, right? So that you are not cheating, you're not referring any kind of a material. Okay, so they are going to be giving you a restricted environment where you can take up the exam from home. Now, what what is going to be expected from you? Okay, it's going to be expecting that you are going to be going and able to make, deploy, manage, and operate scalable, highly available, and fault-tolerant system in the AWS. Okay, you should be able to understand that how the data is flowing from one service to another one, and you should be able to work with the compute data, and the security requirements means you will be able to go with work with EC2, S3, EBS, and VPCs. Okay, so these are the kind of a primary areas where you need to have a good understanding of. So you can actually go and check it out, some of the sample questions as well, and there is exam guide given to you. But what, all the things which we have covered here is gonna be great. Okay, you'll be having all the information we have covered here in the exam. So you see how the bifurcation is given here, how it is done here. It says monitoring and reporting is going to be 22% here, which means you're going to be going and working with the CloudWatch, CloudTrail. High availability, we have created the high availability with the help of the load balancer, right? We work with the different load balancers, and services going to be helping us with deployment provision. We have actually deployed and created all different services. Different type of storage services is going to be 12%. Security and compliance and the networking is going to eat up a big chunk here. Okay, it's going to be actually more than 30% of the weightage here. And this is going to be a combination of your VPC, security groups, and other part. Automation and optimization is where your code is going to come in, where your cloud formation is going to come in, where your CLI is going to come in, right? And that is how the entire exam is divided into. All right. Uh, you have any questions regarding the exam? Okay. So there's a one site called, okay, there's a one site called uh, BrainCert, and BrainCert is having some good collection of real exam questions. Okay, some kind of exam dumps. If you want to go and refer that and check it out, that how they look like, so that will increase the chances of you're passing the exam in the first go. So after completing this training, you have a fair idea of all the services, and those questions are going to be making a lot of sense to you. Okay. So it says SysOp exam require 1 year experience. No, that is not mandatory. It is just a recommendation. You need not to prove it that, you don't have to prove it that you have that experience. Okay, it's not required. It's just a recommendation that's going to be a good idea to have some working experience on it. That's it. Okay, any other question, anyone? All right. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be going and trying to add my email ID here in the resources sheet so that in case if you want to discuss anything, if you if you want more information on any of the topic, you will be able to go and reach out to me here. Okay. Okay. Feel free to drop me a note. Uh, I'll be I'll be happy to communicate with you. Okay. Any other thoughts, any other question you do have on your mind? Okay. So what I'm going to be going and recommending you is that you should go and prepare in this order. Okay. Let me actually go do some kind of a bifurcation and give you a kind of an order in which you should be going and preparing. Okay. Let me just try to bifurcate that here. And let me also share some of the links which is going to be good for you to go through the white papers and others. Okay. All right. Let me add the information here. Okay. All right. So this is the material I would like to go and share with you here. Okay. So I want you to spend a good amount of time on the VPC because the 30% of the weightage is actually going to be coming from the VPC, 20% from the EC2, autoscaling, ELB, and others, right? 15% from the storage, 15% from the different databases services, and rest of them is going to be all different services we have talked about. Okay, all different services we are going to talk about. And here is some of the FAQs I have recommended. So just go and try checking these FAQs as well. The only one white paper which I highly recommend you using is I do want you to go and make use of this white paper here. Okay, this white paper contains a lot of information. It does talk about a lot of details about it. Okay, what exactly the cloud computing is? It starts with that. It starts with all the fundamentals. It contains the overview of Amazon Web Services. What is cloud computing? What are the advantages of using the cloud computing? What is the capex model? What is the operational model? The different type of cloud computing? What is infrastructure as service, platform, and software as service? What is a hybrid cloud? What is on-prem? What do you mean by global infrastructure? Security, compliance, and other requirement we have. And then it talk about all different services within the Amazon. For example, there is a service called Amazon Kinesis, and it talk about that what exactly Kinesis does. So I highly recommend that you should go through this documentation at least once so that you're familiar with all the different services which exist within the AWS, right? So you at least you have heard the name of that service. All right. So I think I think that's all I would like to go and share with you. Okay, this is going to be very helpful for the preparation you want. Any other question you have? Any other thought you have? Any other doubt you have? Okay. The the mock tests are actually available on a site called BrainCert. Okay, so BrainCert is a site which will help you get the mock test. So you can go and check it out on the BrainCert. Okay, they provide the kind of a latest mock test available there. Okay, anything else, guys? We are pretty much here on time to conclude this session. I know it's a very vast course and there are a lot many different services, and sometimes you might feel that you get distracted with so many options, so many services over there, right? It's actually a very diverse one. And as soon as you start working, you will find that you're going to be going and getting acquainted with the different names and going to be able to make use of those services in a better way. Okay, so I hope this course is going to be giving you a very good kind of a foundation to begin with. Okay, going to be giving you a very good idea that how exactly cloud look like, different services you can go and make use of it. So hope you have enjoyed this course. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed this course, and gonna be helping you in achieving your certification. Any thoughts? All right, looks like we are all good here. Okay, so thank you so very much, okay, for your time and attending this training program. Okay, so really appreciate your time. I'm sure this training might be helpful for you. Okay, so project is actually going to be going and shared within by your training department. Okay, I'm going to be going and passing on to them, and they're going to be going and creating some teams and going to be allocating that in that way. Okay, so look out for some more information flowing to you from the training department. Okay, all right. What else? Okay, all right. Very, very nice. So with that note, thank you everyone, and all the best for your exam and your career in the cloud. Okay, so thank you and bye for now.